Okay, kid. Okay, kid.
Get ready for some fireworks.
Move it. Move it.
Peggy 12.
Welcome!
Konnichiwa, Xbox no Phil des. Welcome to the Xbox Tokyo Game Show 2024 broadcast. It's a pleasure to be back at Tokyo Game Show with the latest announcements and updates from our creative teams and our publishing partners. Special thanks to everyone at Sega for your continued work on behalf of players, publishers, and game creators here in Japan and throughout Asia. We're continuing to see growth in the region. This year, more people are playing with Xbox across all devices in Asia than ever before. And we've seen the largest number of Xbox console players in the region to date. We have a terrific lineup of games from our creative teams at Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, and Xbox Game Studios coming to Xbox consoles, PC, and Game Pass before the end of the year. Next week, the Starfield expansion Shattered Space will be available to players everywhere. It's the new story expansion to Starfield from the team at Bethesda Game Studios, where the players will explore a mysterious new planet while they find unique weapons, spacesuits, and gear. And as someone who's played a lot of Starfield, I'm pleased that players in Japan will get to experience a fully localized Shattered Space with the interface, voice acting, and subtitles all available in Japanese. In October, Blizzard will launch Vessel of Hatred, the first expansion for Diablo 4. Players will venture into a new region of Sanctuary with an all-new character class and mercenary companions to fight alongside, and challenge themselves with a new endgame co-op experience, Dark Citadel. Also in October, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 will be available on Xbox consoles, PC, and with Game Pass. Set in the 1990s, Black Ops 6 features a new campaign, incredibly deep multiplayer, round-based zombies, and redefined player movement throughout the game. The reaction to the beta has been phenomenal, and we can't wait to welcome players into the full game on October 25th. In November, players will take to the skies in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Some of you may remember that when we brought Microsoft Flight Simulator to Tokyo Game Show back in 2020, The very first world update the team created was focused on Japan. The audience here has grown significantly. We have more cool content planned for our Japanese players in the future, so stay tuned. And in December, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle will make its debut. The team at Machine Games, in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games, has crafted a first-person adventure game that puts players in the shoes of the world's most famous archaeologist, using his whip, his wits, and more than a bit of luck to overcome his enemies. And like Shattered Space, Indiana Jones will be localized in Japanese. Next year, our lineup of games keeps on going with Avowed, South of Midnight, Doom the Dark Ages, Fable, and more, all available on day one with Game Pass. I'm also proud to announce that on November 5th, StarCraft Remastered and StarCraft 2 will be available with PC Game Pass and Game Pass Ultimate. The StarCraft series helped define real-time strategy in esports and live streaming. And we're thrilled that even more players will get to experience the campaign and multiplayer modes from these two iconic games. So enjoy the rest of the show, and arigato gozaimasu.
Welcome to IGN Live. Earlier today, we got a brand new Xbox game showcase from Phil Spencer and his team, featuring a ton of reveals and surprises. There's a lot to talk about. Who better to talk about the present and future of Xbox than the
Ryan
Xbox
McCaffrey
himself? They want to hear from you, my friend, not me. Phil Spencer, thank you and welcome to IGN Live.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, everybody.
So
your energy's incredible.
We have 1 hour together on the dot, and we have some friends coming in halfway through, some other awesome Xbox developers. So
people who actually build games.
I don't want to waste a second with you here, and I want to start. I said this earlier on this stage. I think you just had the best showcase you've ever had. I really mean. I said it before you got here.
Thank you, Ryan.
It really was fantastic. Now, I know you plan these things months and months in advance. For anybody that doesn't know, that planning for this starts like the beginning of the year kind of thing.
That's right.
It's crazy. So I'm curious, at what point do you, with this one this year, do you get a feeling that, oh, this one's looking pretty good?
Yeah,
Don't be humble. Just tell us the real answer here.
Honestly, until our fans, the customers, you guys give us the feedback, Aaron Greenberg and I were talking about this 2 weeks ago. Now, the thing that probably hit me the most was obviously just the passion of the teams of putting their amazing work on stage and seeing so many teams do great work. But it was I'd say 2 months ago when I just looked at the kind of scale of the franchises, how much work the teams were doing to show up in the way they did, and the partners that we had in the show. I was in awe of the show.
There's a couple games I want to ask you about specifically before we'll talk about some other stuff too, but the one that I said, right, for me, of all the great stuff from today, stole the show for me was something I wasn't expecting to see today again, which was Perfect Dark.
I knew you were going to say that.
Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
A first-person spy espionage, some parkour, a little Mirror's Edge in there, which I love.
All playable, all in-game.
Yeah.
Somebody.
And that game's been cooking for a long time. We know that we've followed
the partners at Crystal have been doing amazing work there.
Yeah, Crystal was brought in to help it keep going. So what has it been like for you to kind of follow the very long trajectory of that game from, it started with Daryl Gallagher starting a studio. And
just
now,
down the street.
Yeah, and now we're finally here. So how has it been kind of getting to this point with Perfect Dark?
Yeah, in parallel, building a studio while you're building a game, and something that Perfect Dark back to N64 and obviously us with PDZ on 360, there's just such anticipation for that game, and I really appreciate everybody's patience, because we've been talking about this for a long time, and my team can verify this. when I saw it, I said, this is the one that Ryan's going to love. Because we know his love for Spy. And I said, this is the one. And just so proud of the team. And it really just came together so well. And, I mean, a cool little story. Daryl had our other studio heads down at the studio just yesterday and walked through that same section in-game to show them, like, this is a game being played. And I love seeing our community of creators coming together that way.
Well, another, the one more thing, which we were all hoping for and got, was a new Gears of War game, but it wasn't. It wasn't Gears 6.
It was not.
It was not Gears 6. So, what you have a visibility into everything, but I'm curious, when you're in a meeting with, maybe it's Matt Booty, maybe it's Alan Hartman, but the Coalition folks, like, when you learn that they've gone down the E-Day road, the prequel road, rather than Gears, like, what was your reaction when you found out that was going to be the next direction for Gears of War?
Well, you know this. We've had some changes in leadership at the studio. Rod, who was there, is now leading Diablo for us. So I actually thought, a Diablo game I'm playing a ton of, I thought it was a nice opportunity for that team to establish their Gears, right? And following on Gears 5, just because the numerical thing, like, I think it would this was an opportunity for them to take it back to an origin story that I know you know, that has a lot of, like, real depth to it in terms of Emergence Day, and tell that story through the Coalition as it is today. I thought, like, what a great opportunity. I was excited. And then you probably saw, I know you heard it, the Mad World tune in the play piece.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for those of us who remember the 360 commercial, like, how iconic was that? So when they went back and sourced that and brought that through the piece, I think it just showed that they kind of stayed true to what Gears is, but tell a new story, new arc.
Now, you're wearing a very cool Xbox Pride shirt today, but a year ago at the Xbox Showcase, you freaked out people like me by wearing a Hexen shirt, which is a game that I have very near and dear to my heart. And now, well, then too, you had just acquired Hexen. You owned that as part of many other things. But then today, I see the reveal for Doom: The Dark Ages, and I go, well, wait a second.
How awesome was that?
Hold on. Are you secretly making a Hexen game in the Doom universe? Because I know you and I share the love for this.
Yeah. No, I would like to say I'm actually smart enough to predict anything like that. I wasn't. But definitely, if you look at Doom: Dark Ages, and thanks to Marty and the team, they let me introduce that. Right, so I got to come out, and, like, I was going through all my old school stories. For those as old as me who remember, it's Doom 1 on a floppy my only PC that could run it was my PC at Microsoft, so I would sneak in at night, put it in so I could play. So the opportunity to stand there and get to announce a Doom, and then Doom: Dark Ages, which definitely has some Hexen in it, and I just thought, Hugo and the team, fantastic work. I'm so proud.
Now, I can't help but bring up something that's been a topic of conversation a lot recently, which is that Doom: The Dark Ages is also going to ship on PS5, something that you've done with some other games. So can you, from a business level, like, can you walk me through, you paid $7.5 billion to acquire Bethesda's ZeniMax. So what's the calculus, like, what's the process there for deciding, like, okay, new Doom, let's keep it multi-platform as it has been, or just put it on Xbox. So what's kind of the thought process there?
Well, on Doom, it's definitely one of those franchises that has a history on so many devices.
Yeah.
I think they have, like, Doom running on a lawnmower somewhere when you go back. But, and, it's a franchise that I think everybody deserves to play. I'm really proud of what the team, and to be honest, like, I was in a meeting with Marty and the team a couple of years ago, and I asked Marty what he wanted to do. And he said he wanted to ship it on all platforms. I said, let's go do that. Like, it was as simple as that. Now, I want to bring it back, though, because I get a lot of questions about, hey, if I'm an Xbox owner, what does it mean? And what I want to say, and I thought it showed up so well in the show today, you saw an amazing collection of games that are coming to Xbox. They're going into Game Pass day one. And Game Pass showed up so well. If you buy the game on our console, you get to play it on PC. You buy it on PC, so the cross entitlement stuff is all there. you know, and we're focused on future hardware with forward compatibility. Our commitment to our Xbox customers is you're going to get the opportunity to buy or subscribe to the game. We're going to support the game on other screens. And you are going to see more of our games on more platforms. And we just see that as a benefit to the franchises that we're building. And we see that from players, and the players love to be able to play.
Well,
Thank you.
there you go. I have to do the journalistically responsible thing now and bring the mood down. Otherwise, the internet would tear me apart. So I wanted to ask you. You haven't really commented publicly much in the last couple months. So I wanted to ask you about the studio closures and Tango GameWorks and some of the thoughts behind the decision making there. I mean, you had a critical darling in Hi-Fi Rush. You had folks like Aaron Greenberg saying it checked all these boxes for us and did all the right things here. So, walk me through the decision of why, really Tango specifically, not to disrespect the other studios that were closed, but that was the one that really seemed to kind of stick in the community's craw a bit. So, I'm hoping here that you can take the opportunity to address that closure and some of the recent changes in Xbox.
Yeah, the closure of any team is hard, obviously, on the individuals there, hard on the team. And I try to spend all of my focus, as you said, I haven't been talking publicly about this, because right now is a time for us to focus on the team and the individuals. It's obviously a decision that's very hard on them, and I want to make sure through severance and other things that we're doing the right thing for the individuals on the team. It's not about my PR, it's not about Xbox PR, it's about those teams. In the end, I've said over and over, I have to run a sustainable business inside the company and grow, and that means sometimes I have to make hard decisions that frankly are not decisions I love, but decisions that somebody needs to go make. We will continue to go forward. We will continue to invest in what we're trying to go do in Xbox and build the best business that we can, which ensures we can continue to do shows like the one we just did.
On the the Activision Blizzard saga, that's all been, that probably maybe
You called it saga?
Well, I don't know. Did it from covering it and watching it, it felt like it put like 5 years on my life.
Yeah.
As somebody that covers Xbox, I can't imagine how it was for you. But as that came to a close, and you started integrating them into Activision Blizzard King, into Xbox Studios, has that changed the way that you think about running the business at all? Because the organization just got quite a bit larger, almost overnight in a sense.
No, I mean, we're still, and I hope we show this today, we're going to be about building great games for people to play, about giving them choice on Xbox to go play. We've got a broader library of games. The thing I'm starting to see, which I really love, is the organic collaboration between our teams that are coming out, and trying to build that community of creators that, I mean, you and I will go back to the time of Xbox where we basically had 4 games. Fable, Forza, Gears, Halo. And we would just literally every 4 years, and I would have to come to E3 and I'd somehow try to make those 4 games seem different every year for the community. And now what we have in gaming is just an amazing collection of teams and franchises that are doing great work. So I think, I feel an added responsibility as somebody who loves this industry for the franchises that show up on our stage. But I still think in the end, it's about putting amazing games out. Like, I'm really proud of the work that Ninja Theory did with Hellblade and how Hellblade's been the response to that. And we have an amazing internal team now that's focused on us doing a bunch of Unreal games as an example. And then you see things like South of Midnight, which might have been my game of the show. I thought it looked so good. You got Perfect Dark, you have Gears. So like for us, as the organization gets bigger, I think it's just more important that we can take bets together and try to do innovative, creative things. And that will continue to drive us.
All right, well, we've got to take a very quick break, but we've got lots more Phil Spencer talking all things Xbox right here on IGN Live. So don't go anywhere.
Thank you. That's so cool.
Are you sure you want to investigate this, Indy?
I can't let this go. It could be the best kept secret in history.
What are you going to do, Indiana?
These artifacts have a deep connection to something in the past. Boss believes they hold a kind of power. A discovery that could change the world.
What were you doing out there?
Fresh air! We have to find the stones, Gina. Or they will. If you were to draw a line through these ancient sites around the globe, you'd get a perfectly aligned circle.
The Great Circle.
Exactly.
I intercepted the Morse code coming from the Himalayas.
Our boss is sending all of his men.
Is that a...
Battleship? Yep. Let's get a closer look. Gotta find the stone and get off this ship.
What's that in his hands? What does it say?
Earth something. What was that?
We'd better hide. Hey, Sue! Ciao.
Hands behind your head.
Where's the stone, you American rat?
What stone?
Have you ever heard of Höhenangst?
Fear of heights?
Yes! And I have it. I endured this dreadful mountain even if my mind was screaming every step of the way. Because of a concept you narrow-minded Americans will never understand! Devotion. Total and absolute devotion to the fatherland. You have no purpose. What you have is your stupid American cartoons. Choo-choo, choo-choo. Ha 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 ha. You laugh and dance, celebrating your own idiocy and drinking the piss you call beer. I will walk through fire for the devoted men of the Reich. Give me that stone. Now!
Can't give you what I don't have.
I shall search your corpse to make sure!
Wait! Please wait.
Give me the stone.
Gina.
We gotta get out of here. Help me!
Get the stone! The stone!
Gina! Haltet sie auf! Erschießt sie!
Hab dich.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Oh my goodness! What did we think of that? I mean, I thought it looked phenomenal, and the fact that again, like I own all consoles, so I'm not, what is it? I'm console agnostic. Is that the right term that I'm using?
You do not worship any console god.
Well, yeah, no. But hey, I mean, I'm on Beyond, which is a PlayStation focused podcast, and I gotta say, I was pretty happy to see that it's coming out next year on PS5. But of course, Xbox fans out there, you're gonna be getting it later on this year, I do believe, December 9th, 2024. Kat, what's your takeaway on Indy?
I mean, my takeaway is, when is it coming on a Nintendo Switch? If we're going to put it on PlayStation. The time is now. Put Indy on there. But I think that is one of the most impressive looking games of the show. Troy Baker does a killer Indiana Jones. Yeah. I do have some questions about how relevant Indiana Jones is still as a franchise, because Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny really came and went, and it feels like it's a franchise that's really for a certain age, but it's clear that Machine Games is approaching it from a place of love. I will say that it will never top Fate of Atlantis, which is forever and always the best Indiana Jones game ever made.
That's what I keep hearing. Matt, what's your, I guess, takeaway from this particular game? And also, like, do you have like are you an indie guy?
I like the indie movies. I don't know if I'm an indie guy, but I don't know what that means. Like, I don't own a hat or a
You don't own a fedora?
I don't own a
Do you own any leather jackets?
I don't own
or
the leather
whips?
jackets. I don't know if that's like an aesthetic for me, so I don't know if I can call myself
Matt,
an indie guy.
Are you a Raiders of the Lost Ark person, a Last Crusade person, or are you more of a Temple of Doom hipster?
I'm a Raiders of the Lost Ark. I like the first movie the best, I think, and then Last Crusade is the second best, and I don't really like talking about Temple of Doom. I think that one's kind of a weird
And then
one.
nothing much happened
And then
after
nothing
that.
much happened after
Weren't
that.
you running from a boulder the other day?
Yeah, that was just no, because I'm not an indie guy.
Oh,
I'm
right,
not-
sorry, yeah, it was a rock.
No, to answer the question though, I think it looks great, and I'm super excited. I'm gonna be playing it on December 9th because, like you, I own all the consoles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay, I have a. It's not a hot take, but I think I will wait to play it on PlayStation 5. Hear me out, Phil Spencer. I know you're watching. I have an Xbox Series X. I have Game Pass till like 2026. But I just PlayStation 5 is like is where everything I have is. My games, my screenshots, like trophies. Like, I know we have achievements and stuff, but I think I'm gonna wait to play it. I mean, like, maybe I'll check it out because I have Game Pass, but like, I don't know. I think the whole console wars, it's not real. But like, PlayStation 5 is kind of like where I play everything, and I don't want to have to like switch over to Xbox, which I know is like kind of like what they don't want because they're making these games for Xbox and Steam and PC, and I appreciate that. But I really do think it would be so fun for all my PS friends to see that I'm playing Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Yes, and I want to speak. I want to speak to that. I would love for us to speak to that. So, like, I mean, this initiative that Xbox is doing, where they're going to be releasing, and they have been releasing certain titles on the PlayStation 5. Obviously, this means more people can enjoy these games. Kat, why in particular, though, do you think that they chose such, I guess, like a AAA title like this to release this on PS5?
I think that they're pivoting their strategy. They've been kind of all over the map on whether a game is going to be an exclusive or not an exclusive, and it seems that they've landed on everything being available on all consoles, but maybe they want to split the difference with a timed exclusive strategy. So that's why I think it's pretty notable that Indiana Jones is coming out in spring on PS5, so that they can privilege kind of the in-house consoles first. Personally, I will be playing it on PC, but that's just my preference. I hope it runs well on Steam Deck. Honestly, it could be really cool on it.
Okay, yeah, and I'm gonna call you out, Jeffrey.
Huh?
I'm gonna call you out. I don't really believe that you're gonna wait till spring to play this game.
You know why? Because I'm actually hoping it's on the Nintendo Switch
Yeah,
successor.
let's go.
Look, you don't need it on Steam Deck because Indiana
Switch
Jones
2
should be the launch game. Switch 2. No, I think I will. I mean, like, I'm not a huge Indiana Jones. Like, it's not something I think about ever, but I will say it looks really fun. I love Troy Baker. He does an incredible Harrison Ford impression.
No, that's an Indiana Jones impression, not a Harrison Ford.
Yeah. No, he's doing his best Han Solo.
Harrison Ford as
But I the first person I remember kind of turned me off when we first saw it.
Yeah.
But like honestly, I'm warming up to it. I mean, I loved, this is such a deep pull, but I loved the GoldenEye 007 remake for the Wii, the Daniel Craig version, and it was very fun. And this reminds me of that. And I just like, it looks very fun. You're punching Nazis, like that's great. I want that. Whether it be on the PlayStation 5 or Xbox or PC, you can choose whatever, and it's
or
fine.
real life.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I'm not. I feel like the consensus is. Shout out to everyone at home, by the way. If you are an indie fan, I think the consensus is we're to go back to my previous term, we're kind of lukewarm indie fans, except for Kat.
What are you talking about? I love Indiana
You're
Jones.
huge. I'm pretty sure in your closet you got lots of fedoras and leather. You're wearing a leather jacket right now. One of many, I'm assuming. But yeah, I have Game Pass, so I want to play it on PlayStation, but I don't think that I will be waiting till spring. I'm definitely going to check it out day one when it is released, just to see what it's like. That's why I called you out, because you said you have Game Pass. So I'm like, definitely you're going to be playing it beforehand. Also, you work at IGN, so.
I did forget.
You work at IGN?
I did, well.
Believe it or not.
For now. I don't know if my boss is watching this. I did just realize I will have to buy Indiana Jones on PS5. Because it's not, I was like, oh, you can just play it on Game Pass included. And I was like, oh, wait, yeah, I'll have to purchase it. But maybe they'll make some cool, like, I don't know, deluxe limited edition statue of Troy Baker in mocap or something.
Well, him in mocap.
Yeah,
I would
that's for
love
the real
to see that.
The real ones.
Yeah.
The
Also,
ones.
I love that they kind of like gave us a little bit of behind the scenes of Troy Baker, doing some of the mocap and like him giving us his history and his connection to the Indiana Jones franchise. He's also just like, he's a very good impressionist. So I feel like if they're going to get anyone to kind of to step up and do this, why not get the GOAT himself right there, Troy Baker. What was he holding? Was that was that his laundry or?
That's just Troy Baker's home. This is where he goes for fun.
This is in his home. No, but I think that's definitely. I mean, he's definitely a selling point for me, since he just has like such strong name recognition.
I also feel like he wouldn't sign up for it if he knew it wasn't going to be a forgettable game.
Right. Yeah. But I don't know. Did they actually talk about where in the timeline of the Indiana Jones franchise this falls in?
It's in the 1930s, and it's clearly before the fourth one, which his name escapes me, unfortunately.
Crystal Skull.
Mm-hmm. Crystal Skull, yeah.
Yeah, it's set between Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade.
Oh.
Okay. So 1930s.
That makes somewhere in that kind of vague area, right?
Yeah.
But
so this one is before Shia LaBeouf.
yes, well before.
Okay.
We don't know he exists yet.
Harrison Ford's old by then. Yeah.
I was gonna ask, is it like a little baby Shia LaBeouf gonna appear in this game?
As a post-credit
I think they've conveniently forgotten about him because he wasn't the most popular character when he was introduced in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Kind of.
Well, I don't.
I'm
hoping for a DLC though, Kat. Come on now.
There were Shia LaBeouf apologists, but I think broadly, it was kind of negatively received as a successor to Indiana Jones. But the actual game, I think definitely, I mean, Todd Howard is an acknowledged huge Indiana Jones fan, and so he's bringing so much of that passion to this project as one of the main producers.
Yeah.
I think the graphics are incredible. I mean, just look at this thing. It's one of the most beautiful games of this generation. Mm-hmm. And we've had relatively few graphics showcases this generation. When they've come out, they've really stood out, but by and large, this has been kind of a tough generation for that. So I'm really glad to have a kind of a showcase game coming out this fall.
Yeah, and it was mentioned earlier, we touched on it very briefly, the gameplay. It's first person, but there is instances where you're taken out of that, and it becomes a third person perspective. I believe that's when you're climbing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Platforming.
I still don't understand the logic of that particular section. I don't mind climbing in first person.
I think platforming in first person is really hard. See Turok Dinosaur Hunter.
So we don't want another one of those, is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know a lot about mods, but could people mod the PC version to make it all third person?
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah, haven't you?
In fact, I'm sure that's going to be one of the first mods.
All right, I take it back. I'm not playing it on PlayStation 5. I'm playing it on PC.
On PC, yeah, for all the mods. I mean, yeah, they did that with Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It looked very.
It was very janky.
Very janky.
Yeah.
The question that I have is how will it compare to Tomb Raider and Uncharted? Because those two franchises really took the kind of the mantle of the Indiana Jones game, the next gen Indiana Jones game. So to literally have an Indiana Jones game, it's naturally going to kind of beg comparisons to those two franchises. So I'm wondering how it's going to end up holding up.
Yeah, and to that, I'm curious to know what you all think. Like, let's talk about like the relevancy of a game like this in this current day and age with games like Tomb Raider that exist, that have been doing it for several years. Do we think we really need this?
Oh, sure. I mean, I think that if it's really, really good and Machine Games does an amazing job and shows a lot of love for the franchise, then it has a chance to stand out. I think Uncharted and Tomb Raider have always had more of their own vibes. Tomb Raider is very British, actually, and Uncharted, I think, has more of that, Naughty Dog, modern day edge. But Indiana Jones was always a love letter to 1930s adventure movies. And when it's at its absolute best, it has that kind of hazy nostalgia that I think can work really, really well as Indy punches Nazis. I just wondering, is that kind of nostalgia still relevant to today's audience? Because obviously they didn't grow up in the 1930s watching those kinds of movies.
Right, exactly. That's why, I'm wondering, that's why I talk about the relevancy, because I feel like obviously it has name recognition because it's Indiana Jones, but you can't you can't bank on that being the selling point for the overall audience. Again, 3 out of 4 of us are lukewarm. That's going to be the word of the day.
You're using that word very
I'm
loose.
using that warm
word.
That lukewarm.
Lukewarm.
Yeah,
lukewarm.
I'm using it a lot.
Well, I
often.
for one am warm on this.
I also want to upgrade my position. I am also warm on this.
You're warm on this now?
I'm not lukewarm. Just because I'm not an indie guy with fedoras doesn't mean I can't be warm on Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Jeez, I thought you were the god. You should be lukewarm like us, because we're Star Wars fans, and Han Solo. You get the reference here? No,
I'm warm.
Okay,
I'm warm.
Right. Jeffrey, you're not changing your mind on this, are you?
It's funny because I think that Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is still just the funniest title ever. Dial of Destiny. That's kind of almost the same thing. It's it was Dial of Destiny was kind of a time machine. They go back in time, and. Yeah, I think I know you said something about it not having the name recognition, but I feel like it will. I think a lot of people will see, because you remember in the days of N64, people would just buy James Bond or these kind of IP-driven games, and I think Indiana Jones coming out this year on these big consoles, this big AAA game, people know what it is. You kind of know what you're getting into. Yeah. There's going to be some kids that play this and they're going to be like, this is just like Uncharted, when it's clearly the other way around. But, I think it's going to be enough.
I keep coming back to this page. The author's clearly awake. It's like he's warning us. But about what? I mean, what does it mean?
There's a crack in the lake house. The Marmots had let the lake in.
This is Agent Kieran Estevez responding to an AWE alert in the vicinity. I need to speak with the Marmots.
But the water could not flow. It became trapped, stagnant. The pressure kept building, looking for release.
We have a situation in the lake house. All agents converge on the facility now.
I'm outside, in a forest. Not here, not here, not here.
Find out how Remedy is bringing a darker tone and horror elements to Alan Wake 2's second expansion, The Lake House, exclusively on Xbox Wire. Fire is a unique shooter that removes light from the equation. Find out how the project came to be exclusively on Xbox Wire.
なんで俺はこんな砂浜で寝とったんや。思い出せへん。いや、そもそもの話、俺は誰や。ノアのおかげで命拾いした。
おじさんが記憶取り戻すまででいいからさ、俺も島の外連れてってよ。父ちゃんには内緒で。
海賊ごっこちゅうことか。悪くない響きやの。記憶喪失で目覚ましてたったの2日、俺は海賊の船長になって海に漕ぎ出した。あいつらなんなん、コスプレかいな。
マッドランティスってとこから来てんだよ。ギャングとかマフィアのたまり場の島。
こっちも行くで。折りかじいっぱい。行く手に待ち受ける数々の冒険はお宝をめぐる戦争になっていくわけや。
ブライスなき今、マッドランティスはいくつかの犯罪組織で運営されてる。そのうち一番でかいのがクイーン・ミシェルってバーサの組織だ。
よく来たね、キャプテン真島に五郎丸の皆さん。
マッドランティスにはカジノも女の店もあるが、パイレーツコルシアムに一番金が動く。
海賊王レイモンド・ローだ。見事なデビュー戦だったな、船長。やっと会えたな、兄弟。兄弟はやめ言うてろや。この先ずっと記憶喪失のままでいいのか。ヤクザの大幹部だったんだろ。記憶戻らんかったらこのまま海賊家業続けんのもありか。
Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii takes the series in a direction we never expected. Find out about its naval battles on Xbox Wire.
A clue, a lead. What more could a mouse detective want? Eureka! This is a real mouse changer. Time to play detective and connect the dots. Looks like we just hit the jackpot.
Dive into uncharted waters in Subnautica 2. Adventure alone or with friends as you try to survive on an all-new mysterious alien planet. Learn more exclusively on Xbox Wire.
I am Shadow Donkey. Animal Well is a game of many shadows. It's a game where every animal casts a shadow, and it's a game where you cast a shadow, and sometimes even the shadow of a shadow can cast a shadow. At times, you must step out of the shadows and reveal the secret which has been lurking in the shadows all along, because if these shadows are allowed to remain within the shadows, then who knows what kind of shady shadow stuff these shadows are gonna do next in the shadows. What we must always remember is that without shadows there is no light. These shadows are evil, but some are not, and we have to look into the shadow of the shadow of the shadow to realize the shadow of the shadow within. So basically what I'm saying, Animal Well available today on Xbox.
シキは無事宇宙へ行ったか。
マザーに会いに行くんだ。一番乗りを目指してな。
あんた外の世界へ行きたいって言ってたでしょ。今がその時よ。
ワイズシュタイナーは俺だ。てめえら誰なんだよ。
師匠に会って伝えなきゃいけない言葉があるんだ。
まずは思考性を集結させるのです。
エデンズグリッター、オーバーヒールデストロイ、ガンズハーベスト。
見つけたぞ。
好き。お前の船は俺たちがもらう。
マザーは実在します。この広い宇宙のどこかに。
ガキがいいぜ。時間はねえが遊んでやる。
友達のいねえお前の友達になってやる。
I have seen the gods shatter into gilded mist. I have seen the hunters awaken, steadfast heroes among them, and treacherous villains as well. I have seen the thrones brought low, faiths torn asunder, and all that still live before the end. They mourn and struggle in anguish and despair. But I have yet to see the ember that can rise against the dark.
Mistfall Hunter crosses Souls-like and extraction games to make for something brand new. Find out more exclusively on Xbox Wire.
What did you see? Okay, never mind, we're coming. Hello?
My dearest child, this island offers everything you may need in your precious life. Vast forests, roaring rivers, and mountains of rock and ice. You are old enough now to know that for every bit of goodness in this world, an opposing force exists. In the heat of the earth resides a darkness you cannot fathom. Demons as old as time, my child. Do not doubt, even a light like yours can be tempted by the dark. You must always choose good. And that I know you will. Sepe, be resilient, be resourceful. Be brave, my son. Stay in the light, with Babu by your side. And may the magic of this island protect us all.
The Ming Dynasty is dead. Although I swore to protect it, I failed. Now I walk the path of blood until my mission is fulfilled. I will not rest until all traitors are silenced and our stolen kingdom returned. Who dares to question my will, standing in the way of my redemption?
This place was always dangerous. And weird. Policy and procedure used to keep us in control. But now, we need a new approach. Welcome to Firebreak.
Learn how Remedy went about designing its first ever multiplayer game, exclusively on Xbox Wire.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief, Sierra 117, and you're listening to Podcast Unlocked, the world's #1 Xbox podcast. Now, finish this fight. Master Chief, out.
What's happening, friends? Welcome to Podcast Unlocked. It's episode 664. We are live. We all just watched the Xbox Partner Preview here. It is October 17th, 2024, 10:26 a.m. Pacific time for those of you keeping track at home. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, joining you as always alongside my Xbox friends at IGN, Stella Chung and Destin Legary. And they are in the studio in LA. I'm at home here in San Francisco. Guys, I want to start with the last game. There was a one more thing, and it was fantastic. That game is FBC Firebreak. FBC, if you're curious, Federal Bureau of Control, if you've played Control, which was, by the way, IGN's 2019 Game of the Year. This is the Control multiplayer game, formerly known as Project Condor, that we'd heard about for a while through investor updates from Remedy calls as they share their financials. Now we know what the actual game is, and it is a 3-player first-person shooter session-based co-op. Stella, you're our multiplayer guru around here. I want to get your first immediate reactions to FBC Firebreak.
Well, I expletive am very excited for this. So it looks really good. I have been looking for a game like this because, I mean, we loved Back 4 Blood. That was something that I could play over and over again. But then, you know, after a certain amount of time, you do get kind of tired of that experience. This looks like it's a mix of horror and action and thriller, and I'm like super into that right now. I'm actually on like a big horror movie kick. I don't know why. I've never been into that.
It is spooky season. It's October.
It is, but like I've never been into them before. So now I'm like, okay, maybe since I'm feeling a little bit more brave, maybe I can go in and play Control for the first time. And then this comes out and I'm like, oh yeah, no, absolutely. I can't wait to play this. I think it's so cool. And I imagine there's a bunch of Easter eggs and environmental world building in this as well, which I absolutely love in multiplayer games because it gives you something else to look for while you're also fighting for your lives. Also, the movement in this looks really, really good. There's that one tool where you can kind of bounce off the ground, but you can also like punch enemies with it, which is great. So there's that one weapon that I really want to know more about. Yeah, no, I'm really excited for this. This is one of the first like multiplayer games that I've been like, yeah, okay, I want to see more.
Yeah, I got a little. I want to get Destin's take here in a second, but this is not like there will be progression elements in this, but it's not a live service thing. It is session based, meaning you can just jump in with your friends, play the 20-minute or so rounds. Do 1, 2, 3 of those. Just play for a little while, and you don't. It's not. This game is not like trying to be your second job. Like it is. It is more of a throwback, kind of Left 4 Dead style. Deep Rock Galactic, I'm told, is this. It was also a big inspiration for this as well. So I got a little intel on this one ahead of time. Destin, what were your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I knew nothing about this going into the preview. My first reaction to it is this gameplay looks frickin' cool. Like, I'm into it. I didn't play a lot of Control, didn't play a lot of Alan Wake 2 yet, or any of the other Remedy projects recently.
Destin, you're fired. Why are
That's
you
fine.
here? What?
That's fine. But this is the kind of game that has more of a mass appeal, in my opinion, that will get people to play those other titles from them. So it will have a ripple effect. It oozes cool, and people like cool stuff. So then they get to check out the other Remedy products that they haven't had time to because they're a dad with 2 kids, Ryan. Anyway, they did say, I'm parsing through the Xbox Wire interview as quick as I can, and one of the quotes out of there was, I would not describe it as a games as a service, but yes, post-launch, we will be releasing a steady supply of new content for players to get excited about, keep the game fresh, engage with the community, and give a reason to come back. So there is going to be a ton of stuff that you can earn in the game based on the snippets that I've read so far, and I think this is definitely the highlight of the show, and I'm really excited to play it.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting that Remedy bookended this thing. It started with the Alan Wake 2 DLC, the Lake House, pardon me, which we'll talk about in a minute. I want to stay on Firebreak for a few more minutes. I will say that if I were to nitpick anything, it would be the name, FBC Firebreak. I worry that might confuse the heck out of people. Like, what? That's sort of a strange... maybe they just don't want you to think you have to have played Control, so they're kind of keeping it like at arm's length from Control, even though it's in the Control universe. But because names do matter. Like, games with bad names don't they have more of an uphill battle. I'm not saying this name is bad. I'm just saying I actually like Firebreak. It's the FBC thing that's throwing me a little bit, but
yeah.
I don't know. Stella, am I taking crazy pills? Am I just looking too far into this?
You're right, yeah, because I'm like, okay, I don't know. Firebreak makes sense once you see the trailer, but for someone who just hears it, you're just like, I don't know what this is alluding to. Also, as someone who hasn't fully played through the whole campaign of Control, because I did start it, FBC, I was like, oh wait, what is that? Right, that's the organization. So it is something that I feel like a lot of players who love Control are going to immediately pick up on, but people who are, just now hearing about it or who were debating on getting into Control probably have no idea what the name really means. But I'm actually really curious where this is going to fit in the universe, like what the timeline is specifically within the Control storyline. And now that whole Remedy universe. So that's something that I'm really, really curious about.
It is set inside the oldest house. So you've got all the, same kind of brutalist architecture, the same sort of architectural themes and visual style going on. But yeah, as far as the when, that I'm not quite sure of. But yeah, this, I just love that this isn't trying to be a live service game that you have to play every day or else you'll fall behind and never, it'll make it impossible to get back into it if you stop playing it ever. So I'm just stoked. I will say, Stella, Destin, this is a 3-player co-op game.
Ooh,
I'm
How many
totally down.
people are on this show? I believe it's 3, even though we love Miranda as well. But I think we're going to need the 3 of us to get into this and play this.
Yeah, like when we did
once we get a shot.
Back 4 Blood?
When we did Back 4 Blood, and I kept shooting Destin and annoying him.
Yeah. Yeah. It does say it's a pick up and play experience, so we can pick up and play it. Having fun with your friends when you have the time. And that's not to say that FBC Firebreak doesn't have a deep player progression and things to unlock. It does, but this isn't about logging in every day for some loot or fear of missing out on materials, like you said, Ryan. I mean, that's just sounds like a perfect game for me. Those games that allow you to play for just a little bit and have a good experience with it, I'm all for that right now. And it's hitting all the right notes for me.
Yeah.
Here's a quote from Remedy about, like the garden gnome we just saw there. That was one of the highlights of the trailer. So, quote, "What I can say is that the Firebreak crew has been cleared to carry, quote, paranatural augments, which are altered items engineered into tool attachments, like the garden gnome you saw in the trailer. These are more or less our take on ultimates and are not to be taken lightly. I like to think of them as a jaguar in a box. You carry the box, you point it at something, you open the box, and you just kind of hope the jaguar doesn't turn around and eat you or your friends instead." So, I think it's also worth pointing out that this is a first-person game, which you might be like, well, sure, whatever, but Remedy has traditionally made third-person stuff. And yes, I know there is one other first-person game in their catalog, and that was the sadly very forgettable single-player campaign of Crossfire. But they were just kind of doing that as like a contract for hire thing, basically. Like, that wasn't their game. That was Crossfire was an existing thing. So FBC Firebreak is their game, is Remedy's own thing, and just like Stella, how as our guru here, how did that first person movement look to you just in the trailer?
Great. Yeah, like I said, there was that weapon that lets you jump in the air when you hit it into the ground, which is really cool. I think that looks really fun. So that means there's going to be some different elements that you can use here. I wonder if in future updates they're going to add like a jetpack or a double jump, something like that, because I do know in Control you had quite a few different movement mechanics at your disposal. And we do see here that like some of the characters do end up like floating, like the enemies, which I know is specific to what they're infected with, but I feel like there's a lot of possibilities here for different movement mechanics, and it looks really good for a first-person game set in this universe. I think it looks really smooth compared to like other modern FPS games that have released recently, and I'm not going to name names, but like it looks really good. And they did a great job of showcasing what the gameplay is going to look like, because honestly, I'm just going to be real here. I'm so tired of gameplay trailers that only show cinematics and just like a title or something. Like, come out and show me when you have like at least 30 seconds of gameplay. So I'm excited for this.
Stella keeping all the tea in the teacup, not spilling any of the tea here live on podcast. Because if you do it live, there's no taking it back. It all just goes out there. So I applaud your restraint. So 2025 here. We don't know when in 2025. It could be any time, but I think we're all super eager to play this. And three player is I feel like 3-player is the new 4-player. Destin, would you agree with that? Like, we're seeing more and more 3-player focus on games, which I'm all for.
I have a hot take. I've always felt like 3-player is the sweet spot. Sweet spot for shows. It's the sweet spot for games. Destiny was 3-player in the Fire Team for a long time, and then you can do larger activities with 6 players. 3-player is great, and I'm really glad to see more games going that route as opposed to like very large teams or just co-op. Like, co-op's still fun, but 3 players is a pretty cool spot to be in for team size.
I will say, in fairness, though, I guess one little concern is Remedy hasn't done a multiplayer game before. Again, they didn't make the multiplayer side of Crossfire. So hopefully their matchmaking, netcode, all that stuff is up to snuff, because they've always used their own in-house tech, which if this isn't necessarily using Northlight, but it probably is. And if it is an untested technology in terms of multiplayer and an online experience. So we will see how that shakes out. But yeah, I think we are all blown away by that trailer. What a great one more thing to end on. And we're going to take a quick little break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the other Remedy game, The Lake House, plus the other surprises. There were multiple new game announcements in here. Lots of good stuff. This was a low expectation, high delivery event here from Microsoft. Good stuff. We'll be right back.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
Welcome back to a live reactions episode of Podcast Unlocked here as we were talking about the excellent Xbox Partner Preview live stream that we all just watched. I want to circle back to the beginning of the live stream, and then we're going to go back to the end. We're just running back and forth between the bookends of this thing. Let's talk Alan Wake 2 DLC for a second. The Lake House. Stella, leaning into the horror side of things here pretty heavily from the looks of this trailer.
Yeah. No, thank you. We didn't need that jump scare in the middle of the trailer. That was really rude. No, it was not. Thank God the studio was very brightly lit. I did not appreciate that, but I'm sure Alan Wake fans everywhere are like really happy about this. Like I said, I'm starting to get into the horror genre of movies because I don't have to control a character. So I don't know if I'm going to be playing this DLC. I still have not started Alan Wake because, again, it's been very scary. Like, our producer, Jobert, has told me that it's pretty spooky. You know, when I play it, I have all the lights off and you can hear little whispers in the woods. And I said, no, thank you. So, but it looks great. I always thought that Alan Wake looked amazing. I mean, the horror elements in this look very good, which is bad for me, but great for players.
And Destin, I know you're our resident tech guru in terms of, you love the performance and the analysis and the next-gen side of things. This Alan Wake 2 continues to be one of the best-looking games we've seen on the Series X.
Yeah, well, one of the things I noticed really early on was just how I appreciated how they designed it, how the character is integrated into the wall, and then they use like that effect to make it appear. I really like how they're going to utilize the designs in the world to surprise you or jump scare you with enemy reveals. The big thing with Alan Wake was the character face models and the faces in the game were just like ahead of their time basically in terms of what they were able to do with the fidelity of the world and within their engine. So if it even has a bit more of that this time around, I think people are going to be very happy with that aspect. But obviously the game looks really good.
Yeah, the Northlight in-house technology that Remedy has always used in all their games, that's always been a strength of it. They've always done faces really, really well. You can go back, Quantum Break, like I'll bet it holds up pretty well, at least in the character faces department, even though it's an early Xbox One game.
I played it recently. It does hold up very well.
I was thinking about playing it because it's on Game Pass.
Yeah.
Is it worth checking out now? Like, do you think I should play through?
I think so. Okay. I mean, a lot of people were thrown off by the sort of very stark contrast of you play for a while and then you watch like a a live action TV episode. Whereas Alan Wake really kind of just blends the two a lot more organically and seamlessly. But I liked Quantum Break. I think it was a little underrated, but anyway.
I was playing it again, and I'm like, when did this come out again? 'Cause
Okay.
It looks so good by modern day standards. I think the internal resolution's a little low, but I mean, like, it looks great. So, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, Remedy, clearly the star of this particular partner preview, starting the stream with Alan Wake 2's The Lake House DLC and ending it with a new game reveal, the multiplayer version of Control called FBC Firebreak, which looks awesome. Let's move now. We're going to go back to the end of the live stream. There are two excellent game reveals that all three of us, we're all talking to each other while we're watching this. And Destin, talk to me about Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. It's a 505 published game. Lean Z is the developer. This one's coming to Game Pass.
Yeah, so that was a big surprise about this reveal. This game is from Lean Z, another game developed out of China, being published by 505 Games. I'm really intrigued by the gameplay style. It's another Souls-like, really fast, rapid combat, and we saw another one of those games we'll probably talk about in a little bit. All we really know, I haven't had a chance to read the Xbox news or any press releases yet about the game, but we know it's a Souls-like story that follows Wu Chang, a female pirate who awakens to amnesia and suffering in the final years of China's Ming Dynasty during a chaotic era. Now, obviously, you see the gameplay here. It's going to be Souls-like. It's going to require precise parry timing. It's going to require coming up with the specific build that you want to build into. We saw that really cool activation of the fire sword in the teaser trailer, and I'm pretty stoked to see what they wind up doing here. Also, a lot of the locations, or at least I think some of the locations, some of the artwork that we saw from Black Myth Wukong might also be seen in here, so we'll get to see a little bit more about China in this fantasy type setting. And that's always sort of nice to see when they integrate real world things with fantasy and kind of bring it all together in an interesting way. Game looks great. Like, visually it looks really, really good, and the fact that it's coming to Xbox Game Pass that's going to be great for them.
And Stella, I know you, when we were just watching it live, you were pointing out that it reminded you a bit of another Eastern set, higher speed Souls-like that also came to Game Pass, Wolong Fallen Dynasty. What'd you think of Wu Chang?
Yeah, I mean, I love the character and creature designs in this game. I think that the abilities look really cool, and I wonder how you get to unlock each one, what the weapon sets look like, because we do see several different weapons, like the staff that ends up into like a Gatling gun, which is an interesting mashup, but it looks really cool. I do like how big these boss arenas are. I think Wolong, it kind of had this issue of some of the boss arenas being really small, so you had a lot of issues running around, but I do love how detailed all of the characters and the settings look. I think it looks, I mean, it's a lot of CG, like cutscenes, but we do see a lot of the fighting scenes as well, and it looks just as detailed. It looks really good. I'm hoping it's snappy. I think Wolong was great, but it did have some moments of like downtime that didn't quite match what I expected from like the between boss fights. So it felt like you were just going from one boss fight to another. But this looks like it could have some really interesting exploration mechanics to it. So I don't know. It looks good.
Yeah, looks cool.
Yeah, quick little backstory on the setting here. A darkness has befallen the land of Shu, and a phenomenon known as feathering is causing mutations. Throw in an epidemic of plague and monsters. You will have to overcome cruel and twisted enemies with various fighting styles, hidden weapons, ancient firearms, and even the power of feathering to forge a path through flesh and blood towards the truth buried beneath it all. And I loved, speaking of flesh and blood, that little finishing move she did in that last gameplay clip there, kind of slicing that monster in half. Looked really good. So yeah, this looked excellent, and love to see a new original game just launching straight into Game Pass. That is good stuff. I want to move right to another one that we all really were high on. We're probably gonna have to come back to this one after the break too, but The Legend of Babu.
Oh yeah.
Which you talk about, like, I don't know, wasn't there some cartoon or kid story where there was a character named Babu? That's what I can't help but think of. But This one is it's developed by Permanent Way Entertainment, published by Midwest Games, but it is described as a heartfelt action adventure centered on a boy and his dog, who I'm not a dog breed expert by any stretch, but looked like a Samoyed to me, a big, floofy, fluffy Samoyed.
Yeah.
Stella, do you co-sign on that? Is that?
I do, yeah. But I also love just how concerned the dog looks throughout all these clips. It's so cute. Like, the dog's face is so expressive, and he's so cute. I can't wait to see what this is about, because you can see, like, there's this that. We just saw it in that clip. There's a painting on the wall depicting the boy and the dog. So it's like, are they the foretold creatures of this prophecy? Or I don't know what's going on. There's a lot left to the story that I want to know about. But I am very glad that they included gameplay. It looks really cute. I saw someone in our YouTube chat saying, it's Dog of War.
It definitely is an action adventure. This isn't a Souls-like. It's definitely a little lighter. It's a little more, just again, action adventure-y.
Yeah.
But let's talk more about this one. I've got some notes here from the press release, some extra information I can pass along, and we'll do that right after we take a short little break here.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Welcome back to our live reactions episode of Podcast Unlocked, talking about the Xbox partner preview that just wrapped about, 20 minutes ago or so, not quite 30 minutes ago. And we were talking before the break about The Legend of Babu, so we wanted to come back and tell you a little bit more about that one. So, key features of The Legend of Babu that maybe you picked up on some of this in the trailer. So you've got Sepper and Babu, and I'm not sure. Okay, Babu's the dog. All right, I've got that covered now. So you are Sepper, or Sepehr. So Sepehr, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it. I guess we'll figure that out later. But Babu is definitely the dog. So the game is named after the dog, which I already love. Already bonus points for this game. Both characters, both of you, have an RPG-inspired skill tree to power up offensive and defensive abilities in combat, along with unlocking skills. So can you pet the dog? Maybe, but can you level up the dog? Absolutely. You can also customize Babu with various outfits and ornaments earned throughout your journey to make the most loyal companion look his best. You'll defeating bosses will unlock special magic attacks, which consume mana but take out large hordes of enemies. Equip your favorite special attacks to create a build that suits your playstyle, and play at the difficulty level that best suits your needs: easy, medium, or hard. Okay, I don't know why that's in the press release, because that I think you kind
all
of
three
assumed
difficulties are available day one.
No patch needed for the extra difficulty levels, but this The Legend of Babu takes players on a harrowing quest to save a boy's family from the mystical forces of an ancient evil. Throughout the journey, play as both the young protagonist Sepper and his lovable dog Babu, harnessing the power of their bond to save the people and the place they love the most. Stella, talk to me about The Legend of Babu.
Yeah, okay, so I did ask for more story, more narrative lines, and we did get that, so that's good. I love that you can play both, so I wonder if co-op would be an option, even if it's like just
sounds like you just trade back and forth. You alternate.
Which is unfortunate, but yeah, I think that's very cute. It's kind of like, so this is, I know this is a Nintendo property, but I've been playing through Pikmin, and there is also a dog in that you can kind of send off to go through tunnels and stuff. So I expect there's going to be certain things like that for this. But I honestly am more interested in knowing what kind of outfits and cosmetics I can unlock for Babu, because we see in that at the end screen, he does have that kind of Kratos war paint over his fur, which is why I think someone said dog of war. So I wonder if there's going to be nods to other properties, or if we're going to be able to get like a Halloween costume or something. That'd be really cute. But also, I'm very curious about what the different skills are that you can unlock. If you can reset skills to try different skill trees, because I think that'd be really cool. I know Enshrouded does that, but that's kind of like an open world survival game, so it's a little bit more free. So I would be curious about that, and I want to know how long this game is to play through. I can't imagine it would be a super long game.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, it definitely looks, and I actually mean this as a compliment. Please, nobody interpret this as a negative. It looks like a AA game where it's not the crazy ultra Unreal Engine 5, like super crazy high production value, and like, but this looks like kind of something we would have seen back in the 360 days, and I mean that in a really good way, like that kind of not an 80-hour thing, to your point, Stella. Like it's nice looking, but not like top shelf production value. It's but with good mechanics. It's probably going to be a 15-20 hour thing, just purely as a guess based on my vibe from the trailer, but yeah, like, Destin, what do you think?
Yeah, it's looking good. I did ask the internet what dog breed Babu was, and they said it's a fluffy boy. No, in all seriousness,
is that an official AKC recognized breed?
Yeah. No, it's a Chow Chow. In all seriousness, that's the name of the dog breed.
Okay.
Yes. I googled the images. So honestly, the dog sold the game. I know that's such a silly thing, but it's so cute, and I'm just more interested in the game and the world and everything else. The gameplay looks somewhat intriguing. I'm sort of intrigued by the story, but the dog really brought it home for me. And the fact that he's like also illustrated on the doorway.
That's what I mean.
I am curious about how that character ties back into everything for sure.
Hard pivot now. Just, you couldn't pivot harder from an adorable dog. Stella, I need to go back to you here as our resident FPS expert. Blind Fire. The whole point of it is you're playing in the dark, but there's some cool, like, I still liked the artistic vibe here with the neon. Like, it's almost a little super hot-y in terms, like, visually speaking.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't get a ton of detail here. This very much was a teaser trailer, but you can even tell from the way the camera's moving. Like, I don't think this is real gameplay, just be my guess. But yeah, what was your take on Blind Fire?
Yeah, the way that they're able to angle a little bit during this gameplay doesn't look like it's actual in-game footage, because it looks very reminiscent of how you can move in VR shooters. Yeah. So it does look like a VR game, a very good one at that. But I don't know, it gives me like laser tag vibes. You feel,
I can see that.
Yeah, you're just running around, and I get the point of it. The gimmick is, blind fire, you're shooting in the dark. I don't feel interested in like I will check it out, but it's
available
not...
today. You can play it right
okay,
now.
Great. So is the other game that I previewed, Project Ethos. So that's an interesting time. I'll check it out, but I don't see this being something that I play. That I want to queue into for rounds and rounds. It looks like something that you check out to see, oh, is this unique? Is the firing good? Okay, sure. If it's fine, then I guess. But I don't see the point to this. Like, I don't know, how is this going to be competitive? How is this going to have, because people want to play shooters to feel like they're accomplishing something. So is there going to be ranked? How is this going to be implemented competitive? Like, I don't know.
This trailer also makes the shooting look floaty and
it's weird
with bad accuracy. I'm like, I don't think this is a good way to demonstrate a game where shooting is the main mechanic and you don't make the shooting look great.
It does say in-engine footage. It doesn't say gameplay footage. So,
okay. I hope that this is like a replicated version of what we're going to experience online, because if my gun's bouncing all over like that when I'm firing it, I'm probably not going to have a good
the
time.
kickback looks awful, which is why I was like, I don't think this is real. But also, if the kickback is that bad, why just make a laser tag game at this point? Like, that would have been better, I think.
The visual area of the map is interesting, but beyond that, I have exactly the same concerns as you.
I want to pivot to a first-person shooter with a very different art style that I think we were all a lot higher on. This is a game that's been revealed before. We've featured it on IGN. The trailers have done literally many millions of views because I think everybody's as interested in the visuals alone as we are. We got confirmation in this partner preview that it's coming to consoles, coming to Xbox, and that's Mouse PI for Hire, a black and white, very, Steamboat Willie-esque. These are the children of Cuphead we are starting to see now, because just yesterday on IGN we revealed a new game called Bad Cheese, which is also first person, similar art style, but it's a psychological horror game. This is a shooter. Destin, what were your thoughts on this latest trailer for Mouse, which is looking, they definitely are committing to the bit here.
Yeah, every time I see this, I'm like, this game just looks cool. It has the same vibe that I had watching Cuphead gameplay, where they really, really just dove into the art style, and they've nailed that. And they've somehow meshed that with gameplay that looks like it's going to be a lot of fun, while leaning into the silliness of the premise there. I'm excited about Mouse. I've been excited since we premiered that first trailer. I like that they have like the cartoony Xbox in this cool asset. Kudos to the team who's making this. It looks like a good one.
Stella, single player game, I think here. I don't believe this is a multiplayer yet.
That would be awful.
What were your thoughts on this new Mouse trailer and the confirmation that it's on the way to Xbox?
It looks great. I think my one gripe with this is that the gun animations make it a little bit hard to think that your reticle, like your crosshairs, are actually like you're aiming where your crosshair is, just because the animations are so flashy. They're very big. The kickback is huge, and it kind of engulfs the crosshair there, like you can see when the gunfire shoots. So that's my only gripe, but I think it looks great. I think this is going to be something that I definitely play through. It's like a weird Steamboat Doom-esque game, and I'm all for it.
We can call it Steamboat Doom. I actually really like that as a name for this. That's awesome. Let's trademark that immediately. So, very stoked for this to come to Xbox. But we are not done. We're going to take another short break, and we've got more games to talk about from that excellent Xbox partner preview stream coming up in just a minute.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
And we have returned to our live episode of Podcast Unlocked, talking about the Xbox Partner Preview that concluded just a little while ago. Plenty more games to talk about, and I want to go next to another announcement. Subnautica 2 coming to Game Preview and to Game Pass next year. Destin, Subnautica's a big game. A lot of people love it. This was a very teaser trailer. We didn't really see any gameplay, but your immediate thoughts on Subnautica 2?
Well, my initial reaction about Subnautica is basing off of what I can hear from Ryan saying. My earpiece died. But anyway, Subnautica 2, we know it's coming 2025 to Xbox, PC, and Game Pass. This is our first teaser of it, and it looks exciting. It looks like they're dealing with like the larger monsters in this trailer, teasing sort of the fact that you're going to be able to fight these larger-than-life characters in Subnautica 2, and people seem really excited about it. It was trending on Twitter. Obviously, this seems like a pre-rendered thing, but I would love to learn more about what we're going to be seeing. It's going to be part of Xbox Game Preview. It's coming to the Xbox Series X and S and PC. And yeah, they've been building the foundation of it behind the scenes according to the Xbox Wire release. Launching via the Xbox Game Preview program provides an incredible opportunity for anyone trying the game to send feedback our way. It helps shape and guide the direction of Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero, and we're thrilled to be developing Subnautica 2 in the same tradition. As teased in the heart-stopping trailer that debuted during the Xbox Partner Preview event for the first time in the Subnautica franchise, you'll traverse beyond planet 454-6B, whether you're bringing the experience of your previous adventures with you or are new to Subnautica games. You'll get to explore lush new environments, encounter fascinating creatures around every corner, and uncover the secrets at the core of this mysterious planet.
Yeah.
Production may have fixed my headpiece during that.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
good.
So this is going to be the first time that you can actually play co-op in a Subnautica game, right? The first game you couldn't do
4-player.
Yeah, you couldn't do co-op. It was a solo experience. The modding community actually made Nexus, which was a multiplayer mod that let you play with other people, which was great. So I think hearing that feedback from the community was huge because we all love playing survival games together, survival crafting games. I could never play Subnautica because I have a fear of depths. I always
water?
Like deep water, like unnaturally deep water. And there are these big creatures called leviathans, which I think they were showcasing in there, that if you start to go beyond the scope of where the map is, they pop up and you can't really kill them. And they're just horrifying creatures. And I'm very excited for the community. And I'm very excited because I get to watch my favorite YouTubers play the game so that I can experience it through them and find out the stories. Because the first story of Subnautica is very interesting. So your whole point is that you have to survive on this planet that you've been dropped into, but there's also a crashed ship that I think you may have come from. And the goal is to get there, right? Because you have to build enough and get enough resources. So I'm wondering how did these people get here? Is it a similar situation? Are we going to expand the lore on what's going on with the world? So I am very excited to watch people play this because I will not be playing it.
Yeah, my sense from browsing through that Xbox Wire post, as you guys were both talking there, it sounds like they're still pretty early, and thus, this is me reading into it. Nobody take this as gospel by any stretch, but it sounds like this one might be a little later in 2025 that we get this game preview launch into Game Pass. It just sounds like they're still fairly early on in the process, and that's okay, because as we were talking about between segments a little while ago, 2025 is not going to be short on awesome video games to play. So if the Subnautica 2 team needs a little more time and we don't see this game preview hit Game Pass until later in 2025, that's fine. We've got plenty of other games to keep us busy. Pirate Yakuza, Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. This one was one of the couple that was advertised ahead of time coming into the stream, so we knew it was going to be in there. And we got a new release date for this. They moved it up, which was cool. And we got to see ship battles. Destin, you were immediately calling out
Black Flag
about Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, which is the one that everybody wants Ubisoft to remake. And it seems like the RGG team, the Yakuza crew, might be beating Ubisoft to the punch there.
Yeah, so my immediate reaction was, did Yakuza just do Black Flag before Ubisoft did? And it looks really fun. Like it's obviously not a one-to-one with Black Flag, but they've taken the fun aspects of the naval ship battles, of the customization of your ship, and you're able to fight off other pirates that board your ship. And I'm like, this looks really cool. Like, even if you're not like all that into Yakuza, I do think that this one would be sort of fun to try out.
Stella, your thoughts on both the ship battles we saw and everything, all the other craziness in this new Pirate Yakuza trailer?
The ship battles honestly look really good, like better than what I was expecting. The moments off the ship are what really get me too, because it almost looks like you're going into an amusement park, right? This whole game feels like an amusement park, which is a great experience, and you don't have to overpay for the drinks and stuff there, which is great. Like, you're literally just having the fun of, you're having the amusement part of the game, and I think it looks ridiculous, as all Yakuza games are. I love that they always ham it up, they play to their strengths, but also the fact that their combat has never failed is always so interesting to me, that they're able to provide these really weird, wacky adventures, but also give you solid combat so that you know that the core gameplay is great, and you don't have to interact with some of these side quests if you don't want to. So I don't know, maybe this is my first entry into Yakuza, because it looks really, really dumb and fun.
Yakuza is really
on
good.
That note,
I know, yeah.
Series, yeah.
But like, I don't know, I want to go through and like just ram my ship into other people's ships, you know?
Yeah.
On that note, I'm glad you said that. It might tempt you enough to be your first Yakuza game, because you may have picked up on it in the trailer, but Majima has lost his memory in this game, which the Xbox Wire folks note that making this a perfect place to start for those who haven't played the series before. So he has no idea why he's on this beach or what's going on, and pirate hijinks ensue from there. And then Destin, it's already packed in February, and this is one of the big, seemingly cool games that is on the way in February 21st. Now is the date for this one.
Yeah,
was it the first?
21st,
yeah, okay, yeah, because they changed
picked
it.
the 29 to 21st.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks
so
great.
February 21st, alongside Avowed, alongside Assassin's Creed Shadows, alongside one or two others that I'm now forgetting about in the moment. But this one, the Xbox Wire has a chat with one of the developers of the game, and the chief producer, in fact, and Sakamoto-san, and he says, "We actually came up with the idea for this game while we were still creating Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and we wondered what the three main characters, Majima, Seijima, and Daigo, would do after the story ended. The idea came from compiling a history that would explain what happened to them after the events of Infinite Wealth into a big side story." So this team never fails to surprise or delight their fans. That's what I have learned over observing and playing a bit of this. I played, I forget which one launched with the Series X back in 2020, but I played a chunk of that one and had a really good time with it. Like it's just a fun, light, funny game. And with good combat and good mechanics to it. So this one looks to keep that very much going strong.
I've got to address the number one question in chat, seeing
Please.
they're spamming it. It's been X days since a Silk Song appearance. So yet again, we are left waiting for whenever the next Silk Song news is going to drop. But yes, chat, we see you.
Yeah, you have to think that even Microsoft must beg the developer on a regular basis. Like, can we have the new trailer now? Can we have a new trailer now?
Yeah.
In fact, and just someday that answer will be a yes, and we will get an update on that one. But yes, it's almost attaining like mythical, legendary status now that Silk Song is not showing up at each event. So we'll get there.
I think you'll appreciate this comment. Someone said the sooner you accept Silk Song as the new Duke Nukem Forever, the sooner you'll be at peace.
Hollow Knight Silk Song. Yeah. Little College Duke throwback for you guys. So next I want to talk about a game that I feel like hasn't gotten quite the attention that I think it's going to deserve. And I admit that I've seen more of this game than a lot of people have, because we revealed this thing via our IGN First sort of cover story thing that we do most months. And that game is Eternal Strands, which was featured here. It's really looking a lot more polished even now than when we just revealed it earlier this year. So in the last, 6 months or so, it is coming along nicely. So yeah, we're taking a look at it here. Thank you to our production team for getting the trailer up. You can see it's super colorful, action adventure, and there's huge bosses. You're seeing them here. You have the Ark of the Stricken Earth. Just massive bosses. You got a little Shadow of the Colossus kind of action where you can physically climb the bosses because they're so large, and find the weak points and take them out. But an interesting hook in this game is that they've got the physics system baked into the game. Takes account for temperature. It takes temperature into account. So if you are in like a dry forest, you have fire magic, you can basically just burn the whole thing down. Or if something's on fire and you have ice magic, you can put it out. Or the elements sort of play into the game here. And I just think there's a hook to this. And in fact, our writer that we sent to the studio to go see and play the game and do our IGN First coverage earlier this year, Travis Northam, he really came back loving this thing. And I was really happy to see it contained within this partner preview. And the fact that it's launching into Game Pass, I just think this is one to not sleep on. Keep this on your radar. Now, for each of you, I'll start with Stella, since the two of you have not seen nearly as much of this game as I have. Stella, what were your thoughts just seeing it here?
I was like, oh, this is a more creative sort of Avatar gameplay almost, like Avatar The Last Airbender, because you can play with the different elements. Obviously, it's not quite the same, but I do like the fact that you can get creative with combining the elements. Being able to freeze separate limbs on the giant boss is kind of wild. Also, one thing that I do really like in this game is that we do see in some of the gameplay that when you hit specific body parts, that body part will flash red, so you know where you're hitting, which I love that sort of feedback. I think that's great. Shows you where the hitbox is, which is important to fighting a big boss like that. so that you know where the range of your weapon is. So I think it's a very good game. Like, it could play really well. You could get really strategic with your different methods. I'm assuming you can pick up different weapons and have a different play style as well, which I really like. Also, I like the fact that you can just pick up a big pot and throw it at a boss. Obviously, it's not going to do anything, but I think it's really funny that you can do that, which means you can do that at lesser enemies, which is probably really funny. So I feel like there's a lot of different things that players can do here to be creative with their play style. But yeah, again, the biggest thing that I took away from this was the fact that you get that visual reception of which body part you are targeting, which is really, really important for being able to like switch your strategy on what weapons you use.
How about you, Destin? What did you think of this one?
Well, I was excited when you said that the footage looks much improved over what we showed during the IGN first. And I thought this is so silly. I thought the bird looked really cool. I love bird watching. It's like a little side hobby of mine. And I like how they modeled that particular enemy or whatever it happens to be. It looks really flashy. I really like the art style. I like the different color palettes that we're seeing in the trailer. And yeah, I'm really intrigued by it. I want to know more.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, that's all I'm saying is I think it's worth keeping on the radar.
For sure.
Another new game announcement is from a team that's developed quite the reputation, particularly in the horror game space. That's Bloober Team. They just shipped the Silent Hill 2 remake, sadly only for PlayStation. But they did announce a new IP, a new horror IP called Chronos: A New Dawn.
Yeah.
We won't see it till next year.
Can I talk about why this
Go ahead,
trailer
Stella.
bugged me? Really quick.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
They're playing chess.
Oh, yeah, this one.
And the thing that bugged me, I'm like, I don't think that's actually a checkmate. Like, where's the other piece? Like, is the rook like getting the king also? Like,
so funny.
Anyway, that's the main thing.
That's your gripe with
That
it.
was my gripe.
That's your
I'm like,
gripe.
okay, theme wise, it looks pretty good, but like, if you're gonna do a checkmate, make sure it's actually a checkmate. I want to see it.
Oh my
Maybe it was the
He checkmated her face at the end of the
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's important.
Yeah, that's whatever.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
He was like, I was never really in this for the game anyway.
And you were talking about how earlier, Stella, you were
Yeah.
talking about how you don't like it when they just show in engines or like stuff like this. where
what
it's
is
all
this?
CGI.
I don't know what the gameplay is. I don't know what the catch is. Oh, there are spooky floating
Right.
things. And there's this guy who's playing chess with a weird, messed up hand who kills an old lady because he was cheating in the game or whatever. I don't know. This tells me nothing about the game. Bloober Team has shown that they could do good games, but like I really dislike trailers like this because it gives me nothing on why I should be interested in this game.
Thankfully, they did show a little bit of gameplay where the character walked forward, but it would have been nice to see a little bit more.
Yeah.
And it's Bloober. Like, every game they've shown looks visually great.
Yeah,
I remember like when they were just doing the sort of cyberpunky game that was a few years back, and I believe they just did Silent Hill 2. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, chat. But yeah, I mean, they have a good history of making really, really strong titles within the horror genre. So I'm interested to see what Chronos does.
Yeah, I couldn't help but think of big daddies from BioShock, just taking their revenge, exacting their revenge upon the world in this one. So I guess there are a few games we didn't talk about here, and we're really down to just our last couple minutes. I want to end here with just closing thoughts, because this is not the first partner preview. There was one earlier this year, and we did a podcast about that and said, it was fine. There was no kind of major announcements or anything super mind blowing. This one, I feel like there was great stuff in here. I'll go first to Stella. Your just overall thoughts on this partner preview.
It was great. I mean, again, I think a lot of people in the chat were not aware that it's a partner preview, so it's not going to be games that you necessarily know a lot about from first party. So I thought this was great. Also, oh my God, can we please bring back shorter movies and bring back shorter presentations? This was short and sweet. I loved it. Got the point across. I thought this was great. I'm glad this is how I spent my morning.
Destin, how about you?
Well, I think the production team over there at Microsoft did a killer job. Excellent job to everybody behind the scenes pulling this all together. Really put together a spectacular show. And no, I really liked it. I am actually really curious about Chronos. I think chat said it could be their take on Dead Space. Overall, there was a lot in here actually that has me sort of excited. Mm-hmm. A lot for 2025, which is making me start to look at 2025 and be like, I already have like Alan Wake 2 from last year that Ryan's giving me crap for every show that I haven't touched yet. And I'm worried that there's too much that we're going to have on our plates for next year, that a lot of it's not going to like hit that top of the priority list in terms of what we decide to play. But there's a lot to choose from. Mm-hmm. So whatever you end up landing on, I think you're going to have a lot of great games to choose from in 2025 across the board.
Yeah, and here we go. It was, I believe, 15 games in this partner preview. 5 of them are launching straight into Game Pass, which is pretty great. And yeah, just a real definite 2 thumbs up to Microsoft here. We didn't expect this. The announcement came at the beginning of the week that they were doing a new partner preview here in October, which is usually the time of year when they're just shipping games, which they are doing. It's Destin has a Stalker 2 final preview. Destin played it for a couple hours.
Very good.
Go check that out on IGN. He super loved it. That's coming out in 1 month. And then Indiana Jones, I got to go play. I can't tell you when that preview is going up because those are the rules, but those 2 games are coming out pretty much back to back. Plus Flight Simulator is in there as well. So Microsoft's gearing up for a really nice conclusion to the year here, heading right into Avowed in February and a lot of this great partner preview stuff we just saw. So some really nice momentum, great partner preview stream today. Thank you all for watching along with us. Thank you so much to our production crew down in LA for making this remote studio hybrid thing possible. It is not as easy as it looks to make this all as seamless as it is when you see it. Thank you to Stella and Destin. Thank you to all of you for watching. This has been Podcast Unlocked, episode 664. We'll be back next week for 665, and then on Halloween, we have episode 666. Stay tuned for that one. We'll see you soon.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.